note tonight as a divine offering. It's very nice that later in the evening we will have a Santor concert. And many years ago, Shrimataji mentioned that Santor is the instrument for the Sahasrara. And before that, we will hear orchestra music. And if you consider Western music, and there are different instruments, so the integration of all of these instruments is very much suiting to the Sahasrara quality of integration. But we will start the program with two very nice girls from Austria who will dance a Ganesha dance. It's Lana and Violetta from Vienna. So please welcome them with a big applause. Please start the music.
मूषिकवाहनमोदकहस्ता चामरकर्णविलम्बितसूत्रा वामनरूपमहेश्वरपुत्रा विघ्नविनायकपाद नमस्ते विघ्नविनायकपाद नमस्ते मूषिकवाहनमोदकहस्ता चामरकर्णविलम्बितसूत्रा वामनरूपमहेश्वरपुत्रा विघ्नविनायकपाद नमस्ते विघ्नविनायकपाद नमस्ते
So thank you very much, Lana and Violetta from Vienna. So I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Emanuel, or Mani. I prefer that because Ma and Ni are the sounds of Heart and Sahasrara. So it's absurd. But we will start with two songs that are newly composed. And then we will hear Mozart and later Bach and also Beethoven. I hope you will sing Beethoven actually. So I hope you will make that happen. And then we will hear Johann Strauss and perhaps even dance to Johann Strauss. We will see if you're in the mood for that. So let's open the curtain for the orchestra. And we called the part of this concert the Divine Symphony. The reason is that 26 years ago we had a big project of the Magic Flute in New York, and Shimadaji came to our performances. And after a public program, I asked Shimadaji to give a name to the orchestra, and she said, call it the Divine Symphony. So this is the motto for tonight. So welcome our musicians from Austria, from Ukraine, from Australia. They understood. So we will start with a song to Sri Ganesha. First we try if the mics are on. And this song of in praise of Sri Ganesha includes the 12 names of Sri Ganesha and also Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha. And it's always important and auspicious to worship Sri Ganesha at the beginning of a concert. Even the gods had problems in the churning of the ocean when nothing worked out until Narada understood they had not worshipped Sri Ganesha in the beginning. Even the gods had problems when they didn't do that. And to introduce us to the chakra of the Muladhara, we can sing together the notes for the Muladhara connecting to Navi and Vishuddhi. And we can sing Sa, Ga, Pa. Sa, Ga, Pa. So the next song is dedicated to the Sahasrara chakra. And in the Havan, in the morning, we had the wonderful 19 names of Sahasrara that Srimataji gave to the yogis in a small meeting. And there's even a recording where Srimataji gives these names, and the yogis sing these 19 names. They include names for the Agya, for the Sahasrara, and also the chakras above the Sahasrara. And it's interesting, they sing the mantras without Sri Adi Shakti. They sing like Sri Valaya, Sakshat, Sri Nemaladevi Namo Namaha, because one of the names is Sri Adi Shakti. So all the names are a bit shortened. And our favorite names inspired us for this song. And before we do that, I want to show you the natural scale or harmonics. Miri will demonstrate us what that means. Thank you, Miri. So every note contains other notes. They are called harmonics. And if we are a note, then the harmonics would be our chakras. And if you follow the harmonics, you can really have a nice meditation. Before we do this song, I just want to guide you through these notes. So the first three notes are Muladhara, Svadhisthana and Nabi. Like the Tampura, Muladhara, Svadhisthana, Nabi. And then comes the heart. Vishuddhi, Agya, Sahasrara, and above. Let's do once more. Muladhara, Svadhisthana, Nabi, heart, Vishuddhi, Agya, Sahasrara, and we can go further with our attention. So thank you, Janaki, Laura, Elizabeth, Anton. So we will now start our classical part of the concert with Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart and with a piece that Mozart composed when he was only 13 years old. So we all remember what we did when we were 13. There's a funny story. Mozart, when he was 8 years old, he was in London, and the father got so sick that they stayed for 1.5 years, and the parents said to the children, "Please play silently." And Mozart's playing silently was composing his first symphony. And so Mozart was special. I will read you some quotes of Srimataji about Mozart later. And now we will hear the piece Cassation in C that he composed when he was just 13 years old. And it's the quality of the Muladhara chakra, this playful, childlike quality. So I would like to introduce our musicians. So we have very young musicians. We have Flori and Laura, Nirmala, Miriam, Wolfgang. So actually, Wolfgang, Flori, Laura and Miri are a family. The family Hollerweger. Wolfgang was with me in the Magic Flute, so 26 years ago. We know each other. Normally the mother, Sonia, would also be here, but she could not come. So we send her all our love and greetings to Austria. And of course we have Ruslan. He's our star. You never know which instruments he will play because he can play many instruments. I think the children in the school, they know that. Yeah? And of course, Stefan on clarinet. And I think in Mozart we did not hear him, but Hans Kuhner will also be our drummer. He's still young, so he's our drummer boy. So there's another piece of Mozart that he composed when he was 13. 13 is quite old for Mozart. He started when he was 5 years old to compose. And this piece is more for the Nabi chakra, for the inner peace quality. And it sounds a bit like water. So this water element of the Nabi is also here. But first, I would like to read you some quotes of Shimataji about music. In 1983, Shimataji said, there was a musical program in India, in Delhi. The music was very fine and elevating to all of us, to all of you. The effect of music in Sahaja Yoga is tremendous. And if a Sahaja Yogi sings the song, it's so great that it acts like a mantra upon my being. So that's a real strong quote, I think. And then also Shimataji says, so this is what it is, that it's a different side, that music is absolutely nourishes our awareness, just like flowers, just like all the beautiful things and the world nourish our awareness. And about Mozart, she said, Mozart was a realized soul. When I listen to music of Mozart, I cannot think. I feel only the joy of its creation that's flowing in my being and enriching me. So that's, I think, very special. And we will hear now Mozart in the quality of the left Nabi. Left Nabi suits very much to Austria, of course. So that was very young Mozart, 13 years old. When Mozart was 8, I told you he was in London, and for 1.5 years, and at the same time, the 7-year-old William Blake was there. And they lived quite near to each other, and at least the Blake family would have known that Mozart was there because he was quite a famous prodigy. Still in London, there's a statue of Mozart standing on some books, playing violin. He had to stand on some books because otherwise they would not have seen him because he was so small and young. So it's very interesting because Srimataji told Austrian yogis that Mozart is an incarnation of sage Narada. So Narada and Bhairava were at the same time in London, in the heart of the universe, in their Ganesha form, in their form as a child. So that's very interesting. Some more quote of Srimataji. To me, Mozart is great because as soon as you play his music, vibrations start flowing. And then Srimataji says, just put your hands and think of Mozart, and immediately tremendous vibrations start flowing. You know, last year we played Mozart for Sahasrara Day Saturday evening program. And some days later, I was sitting at home on the sofa, and I got an idea to see, because I knew Narada has this birthday, Narada Jayanti. And we had a concert with Mozart last year and with Maria Theresia, the Queen of Austria. Srimataji said she was also born realized. And then I was sitting in the evening and looking on Google when Narada birthday, Narada Jayanti is, and it was the next day. I did not even know which month. So I was searching for it on the 12th of May, and Narada Jayanti was on 30th of May. And then I found out that it's also the birthday of Maria Theresia. So it was on the same day. It always changes every year. And when do you think is Narada Jayanti this year? Today. So I think I was very happy when I found out, so I know it's very auspicious to play Mozart on this day. Now we will play a piece Mozart wrote like when he was 15, and it's a bit inspired through Italian music, and it's a divertimento in F, so I would normally say it's for the heart, but it's not this loving quality, but it's more this Sri Shiva dancing or Sri Durga dancing quality. So divertimento in F by Mozart. on a Russian tour in the beginning of the 90s. Shrimataji told an Austrian yogi, Narada is playing his games again as Mozart. And that's an interesting quote, because I don't think that it meant in the time when Mozart was alive, but through the music of Mozart, Narada can work on people. Narada is a Deva Rishi, so he brings the divine to everybody. He brings it to the humans, to the gods. He brings it even to the Asuras. So he always gives them the chance. You just have to worship Shri Vishnu and you are saved. So some Asuras perhaps also followed his idea. Narada is in all stories, all famous stories, but most people don't know it. Because often he is before, like he comes before Shri Vishnu incarnates, and he prepares the ground for the story. And also at the beginning of the creation of Dattatreya, it starts with Narada. And in the Mahabharata, it's very interesting, because when the Pandavas are in exile, Narada comes and he prepares some kind of entertainment programs for them, because there was no TV, no YouTube, nothing. So he came and like presented, now the next story will be told by Markandeya, or he brought musicians. So it's a bit like evening programs we have here. So that's a good way of coming to the next composer. The next composer is a real idol for Mozart, and it's Johann Sebastian Bach. And we will play Jesu bleibet meine Freude. Bach is, of course, the most famous German composer. And there was one thing Shrimataji said about Bach and Handel. Was one Austrian yogi, he told me that Shrimataji said, Bach and Handel continue the work of Adi Shankaracharya and Markandeya. So somehow Bach is inspired by an enlightened right side and Handel by an enlightened left side. So we will have now Bach, Jesu bleibet meine Freude, a prayer for Jesus. And we will again have Janaki, Laura, and Elizabeth. It's a very famous piece. I think you will all know it. So now we will sing a very famous piece together. I said Bach is the most famous German composer. It's not really true. He's like this has the same fame as Ludwig van Beethoven, so they are both world famous. And one very nice piece of Beethoven that everybody knows is the Ode an die Freude, Freude schöner Götterfunken, from the 9th Symphony. And we have the text here. Please, Technic team, show the PDF. And it's a text by Friedrich Schiller. And it's so nice that I'm happy that we can sing it together. Friedrich Schiller was also a born-realized lyricist. And the text ist: Freude schöner Götterfunken, Tochter aus Elysium, wir betreten feuertrunken, himmlische dein Heiligtum. Deine Zauber binden wieder, was die Mode streng geteilt. Alle Menschen werden Brüder, wo dein sanfter Flügel weilt. Also wir haben heute keinen sanften Flügel, sondern ein sanftes Keyboard. Aber the English translation is joy, beautiful spark of the gods, daughter of Elysium, drunk with fire, O heavenly one, we enter your divine sanctuary. Your magic binds again what fashion has strictly divided. All men become brothers wherever your gentle wing resides. So it's very interesting because joy is this goddess that he's describing. And joy we know as Ananda. And there are many ways of joy that Shrimataji mentions, like Nirananda and many others. So this is a music and a text for the Ananda quality. And Beethoven composed it in a key, D major, that's really fitting to Germany. It's like the life, the celebration of life and dynamism, and very light. Do we have the text on the screen or not? Please, Technic team, let's have the text, then we can sing it together. Very good. So we have one rehearsal, and then we need the performance already. So in the beginning, we hear Freude. Can we do that? Freude. Freude. Okay. And then comes the famous part. Freude schöner Götterfunken, Tochter aus Elysium. Wir betreten feuertrunken, himmlische dein Heiligtum. Deine Zauber binden wieder, was die Mode streng geteilt. Alle Menschen werden Brüder, wo dein sanfter Flügel weilt. I did a mistake. There's one note that has to be sung earlier. Was die Mode streng geteilt, alle Menschen, all human beings. Okay, so now we will have the performance for Shrimataji. Of course, everybody has to sing. Freude, Freude,
Freude schöner Götterfunken, Tochter aus Elysium. Wir betreten feuertrunken, himmlische
Bravo.
So before I told you about Johann Sebastian Bach and Georg Friedrich Händel, continuing the work of Adi Shankaracharya and Markandeya. And so we will have a piece of Georg Friedrich Händel. It's very interesting because he did not stay in Germany. He's a German composer, but he went to Italy and then to England and became Sir Frederick Händel. So he was very much connected to the left side. He was also composing operas. Bach was never composing operas. Bach is much more related to the right side. And I would suggest to have some Bach piano music and then read some Adi Shankaracharya, Viveka Chudamani, or something like this. Okay, so we will have now an aria of Händel called Ombra Mai Fu, and we will have wonderful singer Tatiana. And this is composed in the key of the heart. So we can, before we start, we can sing the Ma for the heart. Ma. Ma. once we are coming back to Mozart, and the next aria is from the opera Le Nozze di Figaro, and this connects Mozart also to some other hosting country, because it was a great hit in Prague. So the people in Prague, they recognized him earlier than the Austrians, I would say. And it was such a hit that then he composed Don Giovanni for Prague. Anybody here from Prague? Yeah? Some? But you should all go to Prague. It's wonderful. It's tremendous. And it's very interesting. Mozart was once having a concert in Brünn and in Bratislava, but this was all Hungary at that time. So very interesting. We will have the aria Dove sono from Figaro.
Negro
Thank you, Tatiana. You know, Tatiana would have also been in the Magic Flute in 2000. But the Americans didn't give her a visa. Can you imagine? So they will regret it. But I told you about Shrimataji telling that Mozart's music and special music really changed her being. And there was one situation at the airport Vienna. There was a meeting with Shrimataji, and we were playing Mozart Clarinet Quintet. And we had only prepared the first movement because we were happy if we could play 5 minutes or something. And then Shrimataji was working on a sick person, on a lady who had multiple sclerosis. And Shrimataji always said we should play it again or we should go on. And in the end, we played the whole piece. And we did not prepare it before. So it was a miracle that we could play it. And Shrimataji really said that the Mozart music helped her when she was working on that sick person. Of course, she didn't need any help, but it was nice from her to say. But now we come to a composer, also from Vienna. It's called Johann Strauss, Junior. And Shrimataji also mentions him, like she mentions Mozart very often, sometimes Bach, sometimes Strauss. And Shrimataji even knew pieces of Strauss because she went to St. Petersburg. And in Russia, like Strauss went to Russia every year, like for 10 years, to Pavlovsk. And he composed pieces for that place. And they had Russian names. And later he came to Vienna and he changed the names to Viennese names. There was even an Italian waltz called Bella Italia, but we know it now as Roses from the South. But there is one talk of Shrimataji I found where Shrimataji says, yeah, Strauss, he composed this piece, Goodbye, St. Petersburg. So she even knew some Russian names she knows everything, but she mentioned this Russian name. But we will play a piece that originally was called The Forests of Pavlovsk, near St. Petersburg. But we know it now as Im Krapfenwaldl. And Ruslan will play, some Austrians know there is a swimming pool there, Im Krapfenwaldl. But Ruslan will play a special instrument. So, was somebody of you in Cabella in 1997 for Sahasrara Day? But where was the puja? Upstairs, like next to the castle, was the puja tent, and there we had in 97 we had a waltz concert for Shri Mataji. So we played waltzes and polkas, and when we played waltzes, people from the hangar also started to dance. So let's see if you're in the mood for dancing. Shri Mataji, really enjoyed it when she saw the yogis dancing. Last year we played the Blue Danube waltz. There are many famous waltzes. One waltz in particular shows the friendship of Germany and Austria. It's called the Kaiserwalzer, the Emperor Waltz. And this originally was called Hand in Hand. And it was composed for the meeting of the Austrian emperor and the German emperor. So this I find very interesting for the hosting country idea. And there's also, I told you, this Bella Italia, but we will play the Schatzwalzer, treasure waltz. It's got nothing to do with Gollum, but this treasure is really the archetype of searching for the gold within. There are always these stories where somebody is searching for a gold treasure, like Pirates of the Caribbean or something. But in reality, they want to have a symbol for the archetype that is searching for the gold within ourselves, to search for the Kundalini, for the enlightenment from within. And Johann Strauss composes it in the very innocent key C major. Schatzwalzer, treasure waltz. And if you, by any chance, feel the need to dance waltz, you can. But not in the beginning, that's the introduction. Later comes the waltz. So thank you, our wonderful dancers on stage and in the hangar. So thank you, Andrea and Venzi and Engelbert, Marco, Maria and Barbara. Thank you, everybody. So in Austria, we end a concert always with some clapping for that. And this will be the end of our concert. Thank you for your participation, for your singing, for your dancing, and now for your clapping in the rhythm. I will show you when. Wolfgang, Flori, Laura, Nirmala, Miri, Hans, Stefan, Ruslan, Tatjana, Elisabeth, Laura again, Janaki. Thank you, everybody. And we have namaskar for Shrimataji and money. And of course, Anton.
And Mom.
Thank you very much to the Technic team. We know it's a very difficult task, but I think they did a great job. What do you think? So before we go from the Sahasrara of the orchestra, of the collective, to the Sahasrara of the Santor, we will have some small presentations. But I have to get my sheet of paper, which is the first. Good. So the first announcement, or not an announcement, a very interesting project. It's amazing. It's really creative, like the composers we heard today. And it's this project is the Cabella Garden project. And there are two nice yogis who will explain to us all about it. It's Hugh and Ezio. And I heard you have 7 minutes. So that's auspicious because that's 3.5 minutes for each of you.
No, me too, and I give 5
Okay. So who wants to start? Ezio or Hugh?
You start now with the 7 minutes? Okay. So, good evening, everyone. Here in Cabella, we are doing an agricultural project since 2018. We have a garden behind the Molino area, and we were just doing some gardening, providing some vegetables and salads for the children of the school, mainly. And we did, as any gardener can do, beginners. We are not gardeners, we are not farmers. Until, we have some picture here, yes. Okay, we used to buy small plants, and we used to vibrate them, putting in front of Shrimataji's photo. And we used to plant them, and we had also some good harvest. But it was quite a tough job, and I was quite exhausted a little bit. And then we asked the help of Shrimataji to have some help. And Shrimataji sent in Italy a man from Australia, from New Zealand actually, that it was quite famous because he has been, he will tell where he was trained and by who. But when we saw him, he changed all our style of growing vegetables. And now I pass the word to him because he teaches very deeply how to use the vibrated water in the soil to feed the vegetable. Hugh?
Great to see. I'd just like to start off with yesterday Philip talked about water and our pot of water on our head, so our attention was in the right place. And that's quite significant because out of all the elements that he could have talked about, he talked about water. And there's a reason for that, is that water is the only element that has emotion. And the emotion is there because when we cry, the water comes out of our eyes. And so no other element has emotion. And this gives water a great property. And Shimadaji one day rang me up in New Zealand and said, "Can you come to Protestant?" And I said, "Oh, Mother, I'm working." And she said, "Oh, so you're not coming?" I said, "No, I'm coming." So we ended up starting a seed company with Shimadaji, and we went through Hong Kong and Taiwan and got seed contracts to produce open pollinated seed, because the concern is that our seed, that of the food we eat, the vegetables, the grains and everything, are being polluted with basically genetically modified and hybridizing. Mother was very against hybridizing. She spoke very strongly that if we eat hybrid cattle or hybrid grains and things, then it'll affect the brains of the human. And that she was always telling me when I was working in Protestant that all my techniques of farming will fail. So we were getting kaputched all the time. We produced these at Sherry, which was up for those that know it, a farm up from Protestant, about 10 kilometres. We used to, do everything in those days in India by, we had to go and by hand basically. And so over that time, we produced the crops and things, and we had failures as well. But what really came out of it was that we need to do this right around the world. It's not about just Cabella. The Bayers and the Syngentas and all these big multinational companies are basically in control of the seed, and we have the biggest revolution in 100 years in agriculture right here, which is vibrated water, because all we need to do is to take our pendant, which I'm sure we will have around our necks, and pop it in the water, and then it's vibrated. So you don't need, that's not a rocket science thing. It's just doing it. And so what we're finding is that with this war or whatever you want to call it, that's going on in Iran, the food supply of the world is going to get under pressure because of lack of fertilizers and things like that. And we're sitting here with vibrated water, and that's all we do is in our crops. We grow wheat crops down the road, harvest the wheat, produce flour, people can buy it and make bread. We grow vegetables in the garden here. We're working with farmers at different levels. We're working in olives, we're working in corn and other crops. And so what we're really asking from you is that we all start, we take a bundan now, that we can get the vibrated water used around the world and in agriculture, and people take the realization. So if we can all do a bundan, we have the power to change things. So can we all do a bundan right now that the vibrated water is spread throughout the world, and all the peoples of the world are able to access it and grow crops with vibrated water. When we grow the crops with vibrated water, that means that the person starts seeking, because the food that comes with the vibrated water activates the nabi. So all of a sudden, when we're doing programs, we can actually put the vibrated water into the tea when you give them a cup of tea at the end of the program, and they'll come back. It's because you've got them seeking. So it's all about applying it, not about talking about it. It's just applying it. So when in your prayers to Mother, please include the vibrated water and the spreading of it throughout the world. Jai Shri Mataji.
Thank you very much, Hugh and Ezio, for that great work. And please be mentors for everybody who is interested to actively want to do something in their countries. And
In the website of the, in the YouTube channel of the World Foundation, where it is broadcast this evening, you can find a presentation that Uncle Hamid, that I don't know if he's here. Uncle Hamid is in Vienna. And you gave 2 years ago here in the World Festival. It's a quite long presentation, but they explain very well. Uncle Hamid make experiment on vibrated water. And Hugh has been 1 year in Shimataji's Protestant property to learn this. And it's a very precious testimony directly from Shimataji, how this vibrated water works and how this is the real hope and the real revolution that can change the environment in where we live, our planet. Jai Shimataji.
thank you so much. So, one announcement for tomorrow. Please, everybody who wants to play music in the puja, there's a sound check at 12 o'clock. So at 12 we meet here for a sound check. And please, everybody who wants to present the Europe tour, please come to me. Adele and co. Adele, Kalin, Tiziana, Marie, Christina, Marco, Benjamin, please come. You have a video or you want to tell something? Okay.
Just waiting for Colleen to come as well. Hi everyone, and thank you, Moni, for the amazing performance, by the way. It was fantastic. It was really beautiful. So, this was in January last year that somebody drew a swastika on the map of Europe and sent it to one of the yogis. It was an offering, it was a desire for the European continent to come together, to be united under spirituality, under auspiciousness. And it is very special to stand here now and to present this project. We are at the beginning of a 3-month project that will hope to bring this about, that will hope to bring the European continent together in unity, in spirituality. We are starting on the 56th Sahasrara day, which is a very special day. And I would like to pass the mic to Tizia and Kalin to tell us a little bit about what we are looking forward to in the next coming days in Italy.
Jai Shri Mataji. So we invite you all in the beginning part of this tour, right after Sahasrara, meaning Monday in Pavia. It's quite near to Cabella, if you can open it. And also, great. Yes, but it's nicer if you see it printed. It was put all over all the cities in Italy. So Monday it's Pavia, Tuesday it's Novi Ligure, it's also very, very near Cabella, so all you can come if you are still here. Thursday will be in Turin, Friday in Como, Saturday in Milan, and Sunday in
Sanremo. Everybody is really welcome and invited.
The tour have also a nickname, Nati per rinascere. It was an idea of the US. I don't know in English how it could be translated. Born to be reborn. It's very nice because it's a very interesting idea. Born to be reborn. So all of you are welcome, please.
And of course, we are starting in Italy. Eventually, we'll go to Sanremo and continue with south of France, to Spain, Andorra, Portugal, and continue for 3 months. We have a very entertaining video that will explain it much better than I can. So please, if the AV team can play the video.
Hello and welcome to this instructional video on How to Europe Tour 2026. Make sure to sit back and relax, fasten your seatbelts, and brace yourselves for takeoff.
Get ready!
The Europe tour will take place over 3 months, starting on Sahasrara Day, continuing with the Adishakti Puja, and concluding with Guru Puja.
During these 3 months, the Europe Tour project is going to travel through 23 countries, and there are going to be 5 routes in total.
Actually, it's 7.
Oh.
Air route.
Fire.
Water route.
Earth route.
Light route.
Ether route.
So each route runs around 3 weeks, some shorter,
Right.
some longer. If you want to join, you can completely join. Just for 1 or 2 weeks, it's fine.
Let's do that, Marco. Yeah, and each route can accommodate up to 30 people?
Yeah, 30
Except
people.
for the air and fire routes, which can only do 20.
Yeah, but 21 is also completely fine.
Right.
Yeah.
Fun fact, did you know the Council of Europe was founded exactly 77 years before this tour starts?
Right.
Right.
Can't join a route for various reasons?
If you live in Europe, yes, you should join the tour when it goes through your country.
And if that doesn't work, the good news is that whether you live in Europe or not, you can still support the tour by hosting a fundraiser within your own collective.
No matter the route, the participation fee will always be the same, regardless if it goes through cheaper or more expensive countries. Incroyable! This way, yogis and yoginis from all over the world can join the tour.
And we want to make that financially possible. So if you're interested, you can get in touch with us and we'll provide you with all the necessary information and guidance.
It's 2026 and Europe is exploding with Sahaj tours.
Are we gonna see you there? Tour! Yes! Are you ready?
Bubbling up, bubbling up, bubbling up in a fountain of music and joy. Bubbling up in a fountain of music and joy.
So please, everyone, join. Ignore the fact that we said there is a registration deadline. Forget about that. Please, everyone, join. We can only do this with your support, with the yogis' support to be there. When we get together, we can do absolutely amazing things. And Jafar also wants to add a few points.
Yeah, I heard that there are not yet so many registration on the Earth route. So come to the Earth route. We're going to have 3 amazing nights at my house.
You want to say something for Romania?
Jai Shri Mataji. After Shia the Shakti Puja, we're also waiting for you at Route Chaitanya in Bulgaria and Romania. We'll also have amazing public programs. Jai Shri Mataji. Register and participate and donate. Jai Shri Mataji.
So this sounds like a fun tour. So what happens after Guru Puja? What happens after Guru Puja? What happens? Nirmal Arts Academy, and Leo Vertuni will tell us about that.
Thank you, Uncle. Jai Shri Mataji, everyone. So as every year, actually this is the 20th edition of the Arts Academy this year, so it's been running for a while. And it's always a great opportunity to share knowledge and learn things that you can use on incredible tours like this one in Europe. Like so many of us have made good use of this time at the Academy to learn as much as we can. I mean, I could talk a lot about how meaningful it was for me. So the dates will be from the 4th to the 13th of August, the Nimrod Arts Academy here in Cabella. And then, as usual, it will climax in the last weekend of the 15th and 16th of August with a festival. And many of the artists who will have taught during the Academy will also perform. And it will be a beautiful opportunity to share all this beauty also with the communities and people who live in the valley and surroundings and can get inspired to start meditating and doing Sahaja Yoga through our emanation and our beauty collectively expressing in many different art forms. And I mean, it's a very special year because it's also the 30th anniversary of Theatre of Eternal Values. And this was the theatre company that was founded by Shri Mataji Nirmala Devi and gave this mandate to some artists, yogis in Europe, to start making theatre productions. And then from there, theatre integrates all the arts, and that's how it all started, the Academy and the festival. So you're all invited after Guru Puja to join us also for the Academy and the festival. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leo. And of course, other members of the Vertuni family will be there. No? So you know them all. We will come now to a wonderful concert, Santor concert, that reminds me of the year 2000, when Bhajan Sapuri was playing for Shri Mataji, and in the hangar up at the castle. And Shri Mataji then said, after the concert, the Santor is the instrument for the Sahasrara, so the 1,000 lotus, 1,000-petaled lotus. And today we will hear Abhay Sapuri and Changchal sing on tabla. And I would like to join me now Akash Brunner, who organized the whole tour and who followed the two artists on the tour and also played with them. He also plays Santur. So please, Akash, come here and tell us a nice introduction, what concerts you had and what were your experiences. Akash.
Jai Shri Mataji. How do I begin? So the tour started after going for 1 year to India to learn Santur, and I thought, why not end this chapter with a tour? So I started organizing it and started asking countries for opportunities, and amazingly, words are missing. And it ended up to be a tour with 11 countries, around 22 concerts, and so many possibilities to give realization. And it has been already this first few concerts we had were such a amazing thing. So many glowing faces, and I'm looking forward for the next 3 weeks. We'll go to Switzerland after that, then let me think. Germany, of course. Germany, then to Prague, Czech Republic, then again Frankfurt, then in Paris, then we go to Amsterdam, Brussels, Luxembourg, and then again back to Vienna, and Slovakia also will play in the ashram. So look forward to seeing you all in the following concerts, and I hope you enjoy this concert too. And also tomorrow at 9:30 we'll play in the castle upstairs, so this will be also something very special. And I'm very happy that we, on Monday, will be in the Cabella school and will present the Santor to the children. And that's something I also look very forward to with my teacher, Pandit Abhirustam Supodi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Akash. So, okay, so they are still preparing for sound check and microphones. So, I will tell some stories about music with Shimadaji. So, what do you think? When was the first time we had a collective, like an orchestra with a choir? What do you think? Which year could that be? Which decade? Before the 90s, in the 80s. So 88 was an Easter Puja in Shudi camps in Cambridge. Who was in Shudi camps? Who's been there? Yeah, some of you. It was a nice place, and it was an Easter Puja. 88. Everybody was sleeping in tents. It was quite cold, but we played. I was there, and I played in the orchestra. I was only 13 years old, like Mozart when he composed the piece. We had the smallest orchestra ever, only like 4 people, but it was really nice. We had a huge choir, almost the full Austrian collective was singing in the choir. There were only like 40 people in Austria, in Saja Yoga, and they were all singing. Except of one of the leaders, but he dropped out because he became negative. So he was not. Yogesh. You know Yogesh? He's also at the academy. He's the perfume designer, perfume composer. He has this course, The Nose Knows. And he told me a meaning of the word asura is that it's without sur, that it and this is the sound, like that the negativity does not have a nice sound. It's something against sound or against music, and that I found very interesting. So the first time we ever played a big orchestra choir was 1988 in England, and what do you think we played? Messiah by Georg Friedrich Händel. We had Händel today, so he's very, very much connected to the enlightened left side in us. And you know what was special? The Messiah, we did not play for an evening program. We played it at the Puja, at the Easter Puja. And in those days we thought, we didn't think about it, but it never happened again. It was the only time that such a classical piece was played at the Puja. So later we had this waltz concert, and Shimadaji really enjoying the dancing. I'm sure she also enjoyed you dancing again. So, and later Shimadaji saw us playing a highlight version of the Magic Flute in Cabella, and then she said we should perform the whole piece. First she said Royal Albert Hall, but then it became America. And it's very interesting. Narada is very much connected, of course, to Sri Vishnu, but also to Sri Krishna. And in the Bhagavad Gita, when Sri Krishna explains to Arjuna who he is, like he says, from the mountains I am Himalaya, from the water I am the ocean, and from the Rudras I'm Shiva. And then he says, from the sages and saints, I'm Narada. So they're really much connected. And many years later, I understood the speciality of going to Sri Krishna's country and playing the magic flute of Mozart. That is really connected to this Sri Krishna quality. And this playfulness of Mozart really goes well together with Sri Krishna's qualities. And the Magic Flute is a special opera also in Shri Mataji's life before we played it. Shri Mataji told us that she saw the Magic Flute in Berlin, in an opera house. And I just looked it up on Amruta, and there's a speech where Shri Mataji says, in West Berlin, she saw a Mozart concert, and in East Berlin, she saw the Magic Flute. And then other yogi told me that Shri Mataji saw the Magic Flute twice in Vienna, and then she saw it in Cabella, in Riverside Theatre, New York, with our performance, with Theatre of Eternal Values, and then in Kanachuharia. So at least Shri Mataji saw the Magic Flute 6 times in her life. And I don't think any opera Shri Mataji saw more than once, but the Magic Flute at least 6 times. Okay, so we will start to open the curtains for an open sound check. And I mean, in a sound check for Santor is already very, very meditative. So let's really use these divine sounds to really let the 1,000 notes of the Santor touch our 1,000 petals in the Sahasrara. So please enjoy our wonderful musicians. And there's one interesting thing that my brother was telling me. He will tell you.
Jai Shri Mataji. I would also like to tell you that today is also Baba Mama Day. So very special collaboration of events today. And do you know who is Baba Mama? Many of So of course he was the beloved brother of our mother. And Mama also means 2 times Ma. Because Ma is the mother. And he was the one who can you call the embodiment of enjoying music in Sahaj. So, and as you all might know that he was the one who was the really driving force behind the music academy. So started at Nagpur and the Nirmal Sangeet Sarita, Machendra, and a lot of the first generation people in Sahaj who learned music were there. And yeah, and Shri Mataji told that this day you can celebrate Sahaj Yogis as dedicated to him as Baba Mama Day. So one thing I felt all should know, and thank you so much. Enjoy the evening.
It's even before Baba Mama, most pujas had no music. There was only mantras in the beginning. And later it started, like in the 90s, that there was music at the pujas.
Monitors, can we reduce Akash's microphone line? Just a dB less. Jai Shri Mataji. It's such a blessing to be here after 10 years. I came in 2016. And Papa would always say that coming here is like a rejuvenation. I think I took a lot in 2016, so I came after 10 years. So I plan to take less vibrations this time so that I'm here next year also. Well, a lot changed in last 10 years. In 22, we lost Papa, and but somewhere I feel the beat blessings of Sri Mataji, her constant presence, or my father. I mean, once I came out of that emotional thing, I felt that both of them are always with me. And it reflects in the music as well. So today I decided what to play because I have played with Papa solo also. The raga in Sri Mataji's name, which I made in 2009, which is like an anthemic raga. Of course, Sri Mataji's blessings, Nirmal Kaus, but I thought let me play something different. So this is like a sister raga to Rag Nirmal Kaus. I made this 2 years back. The name of the rag is, again, it's in mother's name, Rag Bhagwati. Bhagwati in Kashmir also we call goddess, mother, Bhagwati. For me, making ragas is not a huge task because they come to me. I don't think about them. I was once in Bombay doing some film project, and in the evening after I had done my work, I was just sitting and not doing anything related to music, and suddenly the feeling was as if I was under a shower and I had a scale in front of me. So I immediately went, I checked it on my harmonium, and it didn't seem like as if that structure was already here in thousands of ragas that we have. So next day I called my father, I said, this is something which struck me yesterday. So Papa said, well, on the surface it doesn't look like any existing raga, but let's check. So he checked some 500-600 ragas which are there traditionally. I also checked another 500-600 ragas But it couldn't have matched because it came from somewhere else. And the next day, the name of the raga also came, Rag Mahakali. So similarly, I have made all these ragas, and I say I made it because I have to put some tag, made by whom. So I say, okay, I made it. But it's Sri Mataji's blessings that it just flows through me. So frankly speaking, if you ask me, I'm not the actual creator, because composing ragas is such a huge task. You think of it and there are ragas already there. So this raga, as I said, this is Rag Bhagavati. This is a sister raga, as I would term it, of Rag Nirmal Kons. Nirmal Kons is, if we have time, then I'll play the composition in the end. Nirmal Kons. Sa ga ma pa da ni da pa ma ga ni ga sa. Bhagavati. It has a Shuddhni. Sa ga ma pa da ni pa ma ga ni ma ga sa. Can you imagine? Nobody ever thought of this combination. So that's why I said that they just flow. So Rag Bhagavati, Alap, Jod, and couple of compositions. I have written a composition also in this. And seeking the blessings of Sri Mataji and also Papa. We would like to start, and I'm so happy. Akash is both my Guru Bhai, because he started learning Santur from Papa in 2019, and also my disciple. So, but he's so young to me that he's like a son. And Chanchal also, he has learned tabla from couple of eminent tabla maestros like Akramji, Sadananda Mbali-ji. And last time when I came, I had Sachin on tabla, so he's also learned from Sachin. But he happens to be my disciple also. I have not taught him tabla. I've taught him how to accompany. Because you could be a very good solo player, but a disastrous accompanist. So what to play, how much to play, the aesthetics of accompaniment, those are also very important. So with the permission of all, seeking Sri Mataji's blessings, Rag Bhagavati. So this is Jodi. We also call it Jodi Pakhavaj. So you know Pakhavaj, the instrument which we have. So it's a tabla kind of a version of that. The bowls which are played on Jodi are absolutely different from tabla, because this is more like Pakhavaj. And as you know, in my style, the Sopori Baj, which is my father Pandit Bhajan Soporiji's style, the Jod part is Chandadarit. It's based on the rhythmic variations which are chands. So Jodi is used for that. we also have on Tanpura Shalini. So I forgot to mention that time. Vilambit Gat in 10-beat Japtal. some chant patterns. These are Papa's chants. हे माँ तू है भवानी, दुर्गा तू दुर्गति नाशिनी, जगत जननी सती साध्वी, महालक्ष्मी सरस्वती काली। कृपा करो हे भगवन, कृपा करो हे भगवती, दास करे पुकार. Now when Papa would write some compositions, so he would use a pen name kind of a thing. And he would write Das. Das here means the devotee. I also at times use the same, devotee, the Das. So, He Ma Tu Hai Bhavani, O Divine Mother, you are Bhavani, the source of all existence of life. Durga Tu Durgati Nashini. You are the Durga. You are the one who destroys all sufferings and misfortunes. Jagata Janani Sati Sadhvi. These are also the names of Mother Durga. You are the Mother of Universe and the embodiment of purity, truth and virtue. Mahalakshmi Saraswati Kali. So giver of prosperity. Saraswati Ji, so knowledge, and Ma Kali, the supreme power of transformation. Kripa karo he Bhagavati, O divine goddess mother, shower your grace and blessings on us. Das kare pukar. Your devotee calls you out. In surrender and devotion. So this is the composition. Thank you so much. Let's all Shri Mataji's blessings. I think we all meet whenever, and the love is which is all around. I think that's something which the entire world should learn. And I think this is what we take with us. So much of love, so much of affection, and all we have is just gratitude for Shri Mataji. So thank you so much. I think it's pretty late, so maybe... Sure? Okay. Then I'll play the composition of Nirmal Kaus. Yeah, we'll just change that. Nirmal Cons I made in somewhere around 2009. I was pretty young, so Papa actually guided me. And it turned out to be such a beautiful scale. And I've shared this earlier also when we had to present this before Shri Mataji, so I requested Papa, I said, I need a composition, what will I sing? So he said, okay, get me a pen and a paper. And hardly a minute and he started writing, and that's the composition that he wrote. And Papa said it is Shri Mataji's blessings, because it's such a beautiful and perfect meter and describes not only Shri Mataji and of course it was such a blessing that Shri Mataji really liked it, and all of you, all the Sahaj Yogis like it. Many of you even remember the composition, so please do sing along.
सहस्रार बसत छिन्न में करत पार नाद मंडल तुम हो साहिब मन में उतर हरत तीन दुख ओ ताप बिना श्री जय निर्मल तुम विदेश तुम सनअत क्यों मन मेरो हर पल तुम विदेश तुम सनअत क्यों मन मेरो हर पल इतनी अरज करत
this is an instrumental composition in Nirmal Kaus only. Look at the beauty of the left and the right hand, which is the Dara Dirda Bol. It's a composition by Papa.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this divine concert. We're so happy that you came back to Cabella after 10 years. We're full of vibrations. Thank you so much. And let us sing the 3 great mantras.